King of the South A, King of the South A, come on down the staging lanes. King of the South A group. If you are in the King of the South A group, come on down the staging lanes. Put them in lanes 1, 2. Once that's full, we'll move to 3 and 4. We're going to keep 5 and 6 open for tech. So we're going to be using lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Start in 1 and 2. We'll fill you up. That's going to be the first group that goes. Once again, guys, King of the South A, go ahead and bring them down the staging lanes. We'll fill up lanes 1 and 2, and then we'll move to 3 and 4.
Once again, I want to thank everybody for coming out. This is the 9th annual Strange Engineering Ronnie Buff Memorial, featuring King of the South 3, Knights of the South, Lil Gangsters, SC Racework, Street Racer 630, Bracket Misfits, and TCR. We've got a lot of action on tap for this weekend. This is the first official day. We are testing from 3 to 9 o'clock tonight. Like Seth said, we will be calling you down in run orders. This is Corey, guys. Rye will be up here soon on the mic. We've got a lot of cars already on property, so please, guys, like I said, we're going to work today. We're calling you down by classes so we can get you ample amount of runs. It's just not everybody on top. We decided, I know in the past couple of years we've just did a free-for-all, but we feel like this would be a way better way, and we can keep the track maintained where it needs to be and give the best surface so y'all can get ready and tuned in, because we are going racing Saturday. Today we're testing, tomorrow we're testing. Saturday, 2 shakes for King of the South off the trailer for Knights of the South, Lil Gangsters off the trailer, SC Racework, Street Racer off the trailer, Bracket Misfits, TCR. We've got action all weekend, guys. So, King of the South A cars, King of the South A cars. Make your way to lanes 1 and 2. King of the South A cars, King of the South A cars to lanes 1 and 2. Once we get those full, we will overfill y'all into 3 and 4. If you filled out your tech card and you are King of the South A, King of the South A, go ahead and make your way down to lanes 1 and 2. Walking on the starting line now, that is your 7th annual Strange Engineering Ronnie Buff Memorial King of the South champion Bill Lutz on the starting line. Getting it checked out. I seen Larry Larson, last year's King of the South champion, down here just a few ago. Guys, we have killers on property already, ready to test. So this is going to be pretty crazy. Zach's over there parking the tractor right now. He's been working the track really hard, getting a good slick tire environment ready. One thing, like, the difference is you're not going to see that tractor on this track much. This is a slick tire race, not a radial race. So we've got a lot of badass cars, I'm telling you right now, on property. Some probably the biggest hitters in 28 10-5 racing already here, more on the way. And this is just what I know who's came through tech. We've had more cars come through tech even with the group of tech cards I had. So we are getting ready to go testing here in a moment. King of the South A cars, King of the South Group A cars. Make your way to lanes 1 and 2. King of the South Group A, King of the South Group A to lanes 1 and 2. Again, I want to thank everybody that is on property. I've never seen this many campers in my life on a property. I'm pretty sure Shadyside has opened up a camper dealership or something. I've never seen this many people and fans that's already turned out for this race. It's just going to get even more packed as the weekend comes in. Gosh, racers all 3 levels. Just a group of racers, some of the best on 28 10-5s. I already see in the staging lanes, Nick Taylor going to be one of the first cars out. Ryan Hendrickson behind him. I mean, guys, we are going to kick this off in a big way here on Thursday. These guys are gathering data, racing for $75,000 to win in King of the South this weekend. This is the third establishment of our 28-10-5 version of King of the South. Guys want to know about the rules of this class? It's very simple. It is a hand-picked class. These racers are all invited because they are badasses on 28-10-5 non-W tires. The cars look like cars. This is no pro mods, nothing like that. The power adders, doesn't matter. You got turbos, nitrous, screw blowers, pro chargers, Hartz chargers, Vortec blowers. There is no dual power adder rule, so if they're spraying on top, they can do that. It's just about who is the baddest man on 28-10-5 non-W tire. And we've pit selected what I feel is some of the baddest ones. After we get through these both groups of King of the South, we will go into Night of the South. What is Night of the South? It is the craziest, smallest tires there are. 26-85 drag slicks. These guys are battling now. The rules for that class is they were restricted. It's a hand-picked 16 cars, but they are small block boost, small block nitrous, or big block nitrous cars. There's no big block boost, no Hemi boosted cars. It's kind of like your original style of small tire cars coming in. They're not as powerful, crazy as King of the South guys, but these guys are going to put on a show. Followed by tomorrow, 3 o'clock. Big money on the line as we kick off Ryan Tolley and Cameron McCune in Night of the South off the trailer. They will be the first two cars down the track tomorrow here once testing starts. So we've got, like I said, a lot of nasty cars already pulling into the lanes. Our King of the South Group A. Guys, if you are not in King of the South, this is not the time to come down. So if you are not in King of the South, guys, we need you to head back to the pits. Like I said, we are calling you by car class. If you are not in King of the South Group A, please don't come down yet. Once we're ready for our next group of King of the South cars, we will call you down. If you are in Night of the South 26s, you do not need to be in staging lanes right now. So I see we've got one of our little gangster cars over at Tech. Everybody just kind of getting set in and ready. So we will be calling more, but right now only King of the South Group A. King of the South Group A to lanes 1 and 2. King of the South Group A to lanes 1 and 2. Two superstars here on the starting line, Big Moo and Dylan Hadley. Dylan, the man that has lined up more cars in his life than anything else. If you see Dylan Hadley on the starting line, line up your car, you're in good hands. Tommy Hoskinson down here checking out the surface as he will be getting ready for Lil Gangsters testing here later on. See Mrs. Alex Taylor on the starting line, Megan Taylor down on the starting line. Guys, hey, we want pairs, guys, so go ahead. Lane 1's full. Go ahead and start pulling them in lane 2. Lane 2, we're sending y'all down in pairs. King of the South cars, Group A. King of the South Group A pairs. Go ahead and pull in lane 2, Mr. Shaver. We'll get y'all down that lane. So both lanes are equally prepared. Zach Buff has been working on this track now for about a week and a half. So we want you guys line up in pairs. We're sending you down in pairs. If you're in the 26s class, guys, we don't need anybody else down here because we're going to go King of the South Group B after this. So.
All right, attention in the stands here. If you're parked behind the PTC trailer up there, the green one right here at the top of the hill, if you will, please move your car. We got a vendor that's going to pit there.
King of the South Group B, King of the South Group B, King of the South Group B to staging lanes. I've got some open room in staging lanes 2, so we'll fill some of you guys in staging lanes 2, and then the rest of Group B we'll send to 3 and 4. So, guys, we've got open room in lane 2. That'll get you quicker in for testing. King of the South Group B, go ahead and make your way on down to the staging lanes. King of the South, Group B. King of the South, Group B to the staging lanes. Guys, we've got some openings in lane 2. Go ahead and start filling in those. And then after that, you'll go to 3 and 4. We'll start filling those up. King of the South, Group B. King of the South, Group B. We've got, like I said, open room in lane 2. We'll also put you in lane 3 and 4. The guys that get in 2, you'll probably be going a little quicker out there. So, and when you come to the staging lanes, guys, please don't just walk up to the starting line. If you're a driver or anything, go ahead, start getting suited up and ready so we can pull you in. Your crew can come up and check out the line, make sure everything's good for you. Trust me, those are the guys you trust anyway. So all the driver needs to do is get dressed and ready. And we are going to kick it off with Jeff Shaver in the Black Widow. Left lane, Noonan Pro charged Hemi taking on that newly found big block Chevy twin turbo combination of Nicky Bobby Nick Taylor. Said right lane, check him out online, YouTube, everywhere else. Fresh off the NHRA Street Legal Drag and Drive win, Nick Taylor. Coming out of Arkansas, taking on one of our local North Carolina guys, Jeff Shaver, the Black Widow. Like I said, Noonan Pro charged Hemi under the hood of that beautiful black Camaro. Nick Taylor having a couple little issues right there, backing it up. Jeff Shaver, decent slip. Nick Taylor having some issues. They'll get that thing back to the pits. They'll get it worked on. Shaver, like I said, making a decent little hit. Shaver's usually a radial guy, putting the slicks on for King of the South. Like I said, pretty decent lick for Shaver. I'm pretty sure he's less than 10 passes on those slicks. So they're getting that car tuned in. Jeff Miller, Patrick Miller, all those guys, Bill Lutz, all those guys from that team working together on that car. So here we go. Ryan Tiley said he's going to show everybody right off the rip how to get down on a 26. Like I said, guys, it's okay. I know it's a little loud. We're going to get used to this run order, so it's all right. Just listen for the run order, guys. But Ryan Tiley coming up left lane, Knight of the South, 26.85 Nova, taking on last year's semi-finalist here at King of the South 2. That's Ryan Hendrickson coming out of Wisconsin. Big Hemi twin turbo combination under the hood of that Ford Mustang. Tiley still keeping the single turbo LS combination. Like I said, part of the Knight of the South, that is one of the things. 26.85, small block boost, small block nitrous, big block nitrous cars, no billet at all, except for an intake. No billet blocks, no billet heads. Now, complete opposite over here in the right lane as, like I said, gangster car coming up here, Ryan Hendrickson. Like I said, in our semifinals last year here at Shadyside in King of the South. would take the loss to Larry Larson, who would go on to win. Ryan is looking for redemption. He was down here again at our end of summer showdown where, if you can remember, that car tried to take flight at 600 foot. Ryan brought it back down to earth where he would also go into a semifinals finish against Michael Nail, who would eventually win into summer showdown. So Hendrickson looking for his first win down here at Shadyside. Tolly last year in King of the South took the big tires off, put the small boys on. So here we go. Tolly driving that thing on a 26.85. Wow. Hendrickson having some issues, but Tolly forcing that bicycle tire down the Shadyside 8th mile. Here, it has been a warm day. I guarantee that track temperature is probably every bit 130, 140 degrees. We finally got a little bit of shade, so Tolly forcing that car down, doing its job, getting some data. Hendrickson going to have to go back to the pits and see what's going on. Another crazy matchup. We got Illinois coming up in the left lane. That is Joey Rabiola, Boost 12. Y'all seen him from back in the day of the Chi-Town KOTS series. Now here at King of the South. Fresh to screw blower setup. Chase Womack coming out of Texas. Twist is still on the back. Like I said, Womack, y'all have seen him down at the Winter Series representing, had the big Pro Charge nitrous combination, has switched to the big screw blower, the Hood Charger. Coming up, Boost 12, twin turbo Hemi power over in the left lane. Got, like I said, Illinois' left lane, Texas, both these guys in King of the South, 28-10-5 racing. First shakedown's going down right now. Them boys had them things wicked up. So trying out this Shadyside surface, you heard them out there fighting for traction. Like I said, guys, this is a slick tire race. This is not for the weak. They're going to go back, get on them keyboards, start making adjustments to get ready. But Womack, man, Womack giving the tower here a hearing check with them zoomies on that fresh screw blower combination. Wow, this is just a preview of what we've got coming forward to you this weekend. All right, here we go. Small block Ford versus Coyote here coming in the water box. Tyler DeMille coming out of Pennsylvania. Billet, twin turbo, small block Ford, Fox body Mustang in the left lane. Taking on Mr. Todd Spears coming from the dirty South. Y'all seen him on TV. They call the car Flight Risk. Triangle speed on board. MMR. That is a nasty, nasty Billet Coyote under the hood. Force induction supplied by two big twin turbos. Like I said, this is a Ford guys matchup if you've ever seen one. Tyler DeMille, one of the probably few Fox body Mustangs on property still with a Ford motor in it. Then right over here, that beautiful S550, Todd Spears, Coyote powered, both guys twin turbo. So we're gonna see what they got here for the Shadyside surface. Mr. Scott Taylor down here, Jimmy Dale, David Ray, all the guys over here on the line. Javi from Team Fireball is over here as they are checking on Todd Spears' car. Miles over there bringing Tyler up to the line. Tyler DeMel, like I said, put on a big show last year. Street Outlaws 100K going rounds just at Fast Life Fest last weekend. I just seen Mr. Todd Spears over at Brainerd a couple weekends ago. Him and Zach Jones putting on a clinic. Hell of a first round between those guys at Outlaw Syndicate. So let's see what they can do. Hey, Miles, can y'all let Tyler know it's fine to pull those chutes? He's got to get stopped good, so both guys launching hard. Good licks. Todd getting on the tire a little bit, doing a little blue smoke action. And, hey, this is first shakedown. This is their first shots at the track here on probably one of the hottest days ever at Shady Side Dragway. King of the South B, King of the South B. If you have not made your way to staging lanes, you are late. King of the South B to staging lanes. And that will bring up left lane Jimmy Mayo, the alcoholic car out of Maryland. Big motor, twin turbos under the hood, taking on some might view as an abomination, but that is Memphis Reigns, the Tri-County Hustler. That nasty Stingray Corvette with a small block Ford under the hood, twin turbo. Memphis, as y'all know, him and Ryan Martin went to battle last year here in the second round of King of the South to the stripe. So Hayes came out. Memphis said small blocks can still get it done.
All right, Knight of the South, Knight of the South. We'll take you to the lanes now. Knights of the South. We'll take you to the lanes now, please. Memphis Reigns laying the law down. Showed everybody he's here to win it. Man, off the trailer straight down Broadway. That car is awesome.
All right, next pair coming up here, Cameron McCune, Mr. 2685 out of Kentucky. One of our Knights of the South. They call that car Little Scrappy. LS Turbo combination coming up. Him and Ryan Tolley, big grudge race off the trailer. First pair down tomorrow afternoon. Left lane coming all the way out of Texas, Andy Willoughby. Another one of those Gangster twin turbo cars. Y'all remember Andy last year here at King of the South as he sent his intake to the moon at about 400 foot, and it about took out a couple of our photographers when it came back from orbit. So he's looking for a little bit better showing this time. McCune, like I said, trying to get that data as him and Tolly are going for a large amount of cash off the trailer tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Both those guys fighting for traction. Oh, this is slick tire racing, guys. We are on a hot track, and these guys are trying to throw down a lot of power on some tiny tires. So, Andy over there doing his best pedal job. McCune looks like he lost it before the 60-foot, trying to pedal and save it. Like I said, those guys are off the trailer tomorrow. On the start line, see, we got Mr. All-Wheel Drive versus Rear-Wheel Drive champion Jarrett Bradshaw looking to get that money this weekend in Lil Gangsters. That will bring up in the right lane Foolish. Jason Bergstrom coming out of Florida. David Tabor on the keyboards. Corey Cooper giving him a hand also. And in the left lane, Josh Davis. Big block pro charge. Car they call Gumby Gold. Devin Vanderhoof back in the car, back up. Both these guys, some of our Gangsters localish cars from King of the South. A lot of you guys don't know this car in the right lane, Foolish. That is, used to be the car formerly owned by the late, great Keith Sabo. One of our awesome guys that used to come down here and race as one of a few of our Carolina Cash Days. Now his old car is competing in King of the South. Like I said, HCR Innovations over in the left lane, known for their drag and drive antics. Now they're out here at King of the South with Gumby Gold.
Check it out, Josh Davis on a nice rip there. Dumped it a little early, but that's going to get them some data that they are looking for. They've been down here beating it up on test and tune days. I think they found them something last Sunday.
Check it out on start line, your most recent IHRA Small Tire Brats winner, Kyle Canyon, in the house. So he is competing this weekend in King of the South. Now, we've got one of our local guys, was running with the Big Dog Shootout Series. They said, nah, we're going to put small tires on it. That is Zach Hauser, Teddy Hauser, famed chassis builder there behind him with the car. Guys ditched the big slicks and put 28 10.5s on, here to compete in King of the South. One of the favorite combinations down here at Shadyside, under the hood of that thing for King of the South. Pro-charged Hemi power in that Trans Am. This is a father-son operation. As you can see, Teddy behind the car on the radio backing up Zach. Like I said, Hemi pro-charged combination. You've seen this car in a lot of our Spoold Media videos, as he is a normal at the Piedmont Dragway Big Dog Shootout Series, but he wants to play down on the little tires. You see him a lot in the PDRA Top Sportsman. Jody, come out of the beams, Jody. There we go, Zach Hauser. They've been testing that thing a lot down here to see if they can get down on these little tires. They've been trying a few different methods. They said, we're going back to our old Pro Mod slick tire methods on this thing. So they're going to see what they can do here with the tiny tires. I'm telling you, if you look at that wheel well, it is used to having a big tire under it. So here we go.
Zach Hauser almost laying down a lap there. Lee Y in the house. Good to see him here and up, moving around.
This next pair coming up could be a final round anywhere as Zach Jones, 481X twin turbo NMR powered Ford Camaro, taking on Michael Nell. They call it Clyde. Pro charged hearts blower here on the right side. Both these guys Proline power under the hood. You just saw Zach Jones in the final at Outlaw Syndicate at Brainerd Motorsports Park. Michael Nell's been tearing up the radial scene. Now they have that thing back on the Lord's tire, the 28-10-5. Lee White helping them out this weekend, getting that thing tuned in as these guys right here are both chasing after $75,000. Clyde, our most recent OG 28 winner, as he was at End of Summer Showdown, got the win in that class. Zach Jones, we kind of call him the uncrowned king, as he has had one of the cars to beat and has just ran into some mechanical issues, something before first round. Won the second chance race last year. He is looking to put that thing in the finals of the main event this year. I'm going to tell you what, these guys just, when they came out of the pits, they just went ahead and loaded the Send It tune in it. These guys are looking to see what this surface will handle. Zach Jones was looking good down early and smacked the tires. A little bit of tire shaking action and moving and spinning, a lot of stuff over here for Nail. Like I said, this is the first test that these guys have had here on the Shady Side surface. So, whew. And this will bring out, now the next couple cars you'll see, we've got some of our Knights of the South guys. If you haven't made it to the lanes, Knights of the South to lanes 3 and 4. I'm sorry, 1 and 2. Knights of the South to lanes 1 and 2. Knights of the South to lanes 1 and 2. So next pair coming up, that is Gabriel Sigler. He is out of West Virginia. They had this whole car, the motor, they didn't even have a motor in it yesterday, completely torn down, put back together. They call it hooked, pro-charged Hemi powered. You've seen this guy on Facebook probably a lot with the big wang on the back, carrying the wheels through the finish line on no prep surfaces. And left lane, one of our Knights of the South, Matt Jones. That nasty, I'm going to say it again, nasty S10 single turbo LS. He had a 481X in it. I told him, I was like, man, if you got a 481X, you can't run Knights of the South. He went the next week and put an LS stock block deal in it. If you get a chance to go up to the pits, check it out. One of the most beautiful high-cut fabricated turbo kits you will see. TISS Fab on board of Jones's car, 2685. This guy has tore him up at War in the Woods everywhere, and now he is down here at Shady Side trying to become the inaugural Knight of the South. But like I said, right beside him, another man trying for King of the South, Gabriel Sigler. More known for the no-prep world, he wants here on the sticky track world. Completely switched the combination. It was a twin-turbo Hemi. He put the Pro Charger on the front of it. Like I said, these guys rebuilt the complete motor last night here in the pits. So these are going to get their shakedowns in and go back and start working on some data before the next round. Matt Jones trying to get busy on them little boys. Knocked the tire about 60 foot out. Pedals it, gets back into it. Siegler fighting traction issues also, but look at Jones right there. Got that Carolina squat going on and down the track, front end tooted up in the air, making a lick still out the back door, getting crucial data to keep going for the weekend. So those guys will head back to the pits and make some changes and come right back. All right, it looks like we have one of our Little G's cars, Lil Gangstas. These guys are running for $30,000 over the weekend, 15 grand on Saturday, 15 grand on Sunday. Eddie Ramirez coming up in the left lane out of Florida. Right lane, one of our King of the South cars. That is Mr. PTC Converters himself, Dustin Mewborn. Mewborn acquired the Camaro from Jim Howe and went straight and put small tires on it. Has been hitting up the small tire Brat series. I've known Dustin for a long time in the small block nitrous world and the grudge world, all that. Out here now at King of the South. Ramirez, no stranger to small tire racing. Normally he's on a 26.85 or a 255 with the limited 255, 235 stuff. But he's out here running Lil Gangsters this weekend as he was one of the 64 chosen to run here on this $30,000 weekend. Lil Gangsters to lanes 1 and 2. Lil Gangsters presented to you by Strange Engineering, Forced Inductions, and BTR to lanes 1 and 2. Little Gangsters to lanes 1 and 2. Ramirez making a very clean hit. He'll take that data back. Mewborn hitting the tires. Like I said, guys, this is slick tire racing. It's not a no prep. It is not radial prep. Track is prepped and maintained, but you won't see the tractor really out here all weekend throwing glue down constantly and everything like that. King of the South has always been a slick tire ready. So Little Gangsters to lanes 1 and 2. Little Gangsters to lanes 1 and 2. Currently sitting back in the staging lanes right now. They're getting them in the cars ready. We got Ray Parsons, Jason Gilly, Jimmy Dale in the Bumblebee. See, another car just came up in lane 2. Looks like Sammy Pacehour. Sammy Pacehour might be the hardest working man in drag racing after he crashed last Friday night, thrashed, put the car back together, and was ready to go by Monday. So Big Mouth here on 2810.5 Slicks. Like I said, Lil Gangsters brought to you by Strange Engineering, BTR, and Forced Inductions. You guys go ahead and make your way to lanes 1 and 2 for a shakedown. Little Gangsters to lanes 1 and 2. See Ray Parsons back there out here for 26.85. He's getting ready. I'm sorry, that's Kevin Baker, not Jason Gilly. Those guys kind of got some similar looking Novas. So Jimmy Dale back there getting suited up. Sammy Pacehour, need you to go ahead and get suited up, buddy. We'll get y'all pulled in. So I think that's Colton Sauls behind Kevin Baker. He is behind the Pashar. They call it Slimer. New Edge Mustang here on property coming in this weekend. Here we go, the Bumblebee, driven by Jimmy Dale this weekend here in King of the South. Pulling up to the front, looks like he will be our next car out. Waiting on them Whompers. Y'all saw yesterday on the West Buck Show, me, Seth, Jimmy Dale, Poland, Jimmy down there hanging out with Mike Finnegan, Clay Milliken. We were all up on the show having a good time. If you didn't get a chance to check out that podcast, make sure you head over to Drag Illustrated's page and check it out and give them a subscription while you're there. But Jimmy Dale on property. He's in 2 classes this weekend. They've got 50 Shades of Brown and the Bumblebee. So the man hasn't even taken 50 Shades of Brown off the trailer. He might come off the trailer. He's that confident in that car in Lil Gangsters. They know they got to get the B ready as it is chasing for $75,000 and the crown for King of the South. So they're getting him suited up. We're going to go ahead and bring Kevin Baker in. Baker, one of our Lil Gangsters cars. Welcome everybody over there in the chat bleachers on the live feed. If you guys see some screens kind of going down, I'm adjusting some things, doing some rebooting. So like I said, it's just testing. So everything's rebooting, especially on angle 1 right now. I'll switch y'all over to 4. Got Mr. Bill Lutz over there on number 4 for us. Rock Klemp will be here in a few. He'll be on the mic all weekend with you guys. Just kind of filling in until he gets here. But like I said, Kevin Baker here running Lil Gangsters this weekend. He supports a lot of our no prep stuff from True Street, Real Street, Extreme Street. Our Outlaw 530 program stepping up. He wants that chain and that 30 grand. So he is here this weekend for Lil Gangsters, brought to you by Strange Engineering, BTR, and Forced Inductions. Great hit for Kevin Baker. They'll take that data back to the trailer and work with it and get ready here for the weekend. As it looks like the B has fired up. So we're going to have Ray Parsons coming over here in the right lane. 2685 Knight of the South Camaro coming out of the Midwest, taking on Jimmy Dale in the Bumblebee here in testing. Screw-blown Hemi, Camaro, and Jimmy Dale. That right there is a good mix, I believe. Nick Taylor told me Ray Parsons is one of the baddest men in the country on 2685. All right, guys, we got just a hair bit of precipitation on top end, so we're just going to hold them up. We don't want to send nobody on, if anything, so just hang on for just a moment, and we'll get y'all set back up and down the track. I'm not saying there's a correlation, but right clamp pulled in at the same time. I got the call on that one, so just hang tight for 1 second. As soon as they give me the word, we'll fire y'all back up and get y'all going. Oh, sorry about that. I was actually talking to the staff radio, not you guys. That just shows I'm not a great announcer. I'm glad Rye is actually here. So we got just a hair bit of a precipitation right now. Just give us a moment. It's a Carolina shower. Give it about 5 minutes. It'll stop. We'll get this track back in shape, and we'll get back to testing. Like I say, guys, we'll be back as soon as this clears out. Just another one of those really hot days. You're going to have a Carolina pop-up shower. So everybody on the live feed, just hang on. And everybody out there, hang on. So as soon as we're back and ready, we will call cars back to the lanes, or we will just tell y'all we are going to get ready to go. So.
Make sure this thing don't get wet. No, it'd be all right. Sure? Yeah. Hell, it didn't even get wet on the front.
Thank you guys for hanging in there. Like we've talked about all week, man, this is probably what we're going to deal with this weekend from our understanding of our local weather and what we've always dealt with. You're probably just going to be dealing with scattered showers all weekend. We'll stay on top of it. But once again, man, we're going to push, we're going to pull. I see no way that you could reschedule an event like this with some of you guys traveling as far as you did. And I appreciate the heck out of it. I know you guys probably planned this since last year and probably took time off work and had to juke and jive with your schedules. It's not lost on us what it takes to get out here, so bear with us. As soon as we get a break, we'll get going. If we have another shower, we'll dry again, and whatever we have to do to make it happen. Take a look at the tractor guy, Zach, riding around with his 2 favorite sons. We're going to get this thing dried up and get ready to go for you guys. I will stress a little bit of urgency in the staging lanes, guys. Have them ready to go. Have them, be on your toes. We will be fighting showers like this, as we've mentioned all week. I fully expect to have those kind of showers. So it would be nice to get as many as we can between those. It's also a possibility we see no more rain tonight, until way later. But once again, just stressing the urgency, being ready, being on your toes. We will pull you from the staging lanes once the track is clear. That way you're not firing and refiring if there's any kind of issues. So
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Not the first call I wanted to be making, but greetings everybody. My name is Rye. I'll be your announcer all weekend. And already, right off the bat, I'm happy to say I need a vehicle moved. I got a silver Honda in the pits. A silver Honda with the license plate of, I believe, JDJ4720. Once again, JDJ4720. Silver Honda. Accord, Civic, I don't know, you pick. But either way, it needs to move, or else we'll do it forcibly, and you're not going to like how we do it.
That's big motor, loving good right there. Big motor.
Hey guys, just a quick update, and since the whole property can hear me, and hopefully this person hears me also. If you are on our property and you have that shell game BS going on, just letting you know, your scam is not going to be allowed down here, none of that. You will be escorted off of property, and you'll probably spend a few nights in Cleveland County Jail. Best case scenario, you've done scam somebody, pretty much a thief, stole money, so if they find you, they'll probably deal with you, and then you'll also spend the night in Cleveland County Jail. So best thing you can do is go ahead and get off our property, don't come back, and if we catch anybody else doing that this weekend, well, Cleveland County will be meeting you at the gate, and you'll have a fun weekend in jail. So anybody else wants to scam, do anything like that, we're here to have fun, a good time, and we're actually we have guys going through the property right now looking for you. So don't do that, guys.
and gentlemen, I got glue going down on the track. It means the tractor is going to make a couple more passes. If you are in the lanes ready to make some test hits, go ahead and get suited up and get ready. Drivers to your cars. We're going to get back to testing here momentarily. So drivers, if you are in the lanes, please get suited up and let's get ready to rock. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got water going on in the water box, which means we're going to get back to testing action. So if you are not where you can see and you're here spectating, you might want to get there because we got a fast pair of cars coming up. Left-hand side of the racetrack making all the noise is Jimmy Dale in Bumblebee. The Bill Lutz-owned 5th-gen Camaro. Jimmy Dale sitting in the seat, riding, I'm about to say shotgun, but he's piloting this beast this weekend. Right-hand side of the racetrack, you got Ray Parsons. Ray Parsons in the red 1967 Camaro, one of your Knights of the South. This is your 26 8.5 inch, super small tire competitor, right-hand side. Like, very, very small. Tiny, tiny, tiny. Jimmy Dale getting lined up. Ray Parsons pulling in. Parsons pre-stage. I have a feeling he's going to have a front row seat to all the noise. Here we go. I'm going to shut up because you're not going to hear me. And I was wrong. Mr. Gunter in the left-hand side is going to get the front row seat to watch Ray Parsons in the gorgeous red Camaro on the tiniest of tires, motor on down. Jimmy Dale having a little bit of issues there on the line. It cut off the second he let go of the brake. Left-hand side of the racetrack, the first-gen Camaro is Kyle Canyon. He's one of your King of the South competitors, taking on in the right-hand side Colton Sauls in the green New Edge Mustang, another King of the South competitor. Both cars cutting off just after the 60-foot mark. Not sure if that was intentional or accidental. Are we playing a little bit of head games here? We're just trying to get a little feel for the track. Who knows? And James Daniels coming up on the right-hand side of the racetrack is going to take on Kai Kelly and Jangling on the left-hand side. Screw-blown Noonan Power, left-hand side of the racetrack for Mr. Kelly. Right-hand side of the racetrack, a Vortex Supercharged. Jangling, left-hand side of the racetrack, that's Kai Kelly driving the beautiful all-black GNX Screw-blown Noonan Power. Seems to be a reoccurring theme here with our King of the South competitors doing some 60-foot hits, trying to get a feel for the racetrack. They're going to be handed a whole bunch of curveballs this weekend on track conditions. They call this track Shady Side, I believe for a multitude of reasons, but one of them is as the sun sets here, one side of this racetrack gets a little bit cooler than the other before the other one does. So lane choice does become a factor as the sun does go down, and then as you can see, we can get a 5-minute rain shower, and that can completely throw a whole curveball in your entire tune-up while you're still sitting in the lanes. So any data here is good data. You're going to encounter a whole bunch of conditions here, especially we're going to be racing day and night, sun up, sun down, rain or shine.
Yes, sir. Good luck. Y'all enjoy the event. Anytime you hear a dog every year, it's not good. Tires didn't spin on his like it was going left.
Shelby Lynn, left-hand side of the racetrack. She's got King. Shelby Lynn's got King written on the windshields, but she's trying to flip that to Queen this weekend, and she's going to take on the defending, I say take on, again, this is just testing, but she's paired up against the King of the South, the defending champ, Larry Larson, right-hand side of the racetrack. A couple of Chevy 2s. A lot of people get confused. The Larson Camp, the right-hand side of the racetrack, that is not the exact same car that he has had this entire time. He's got a couple of these Chevy 2s, so that is not the Nova from all the drag and drive history that you might think it is. This was a purpose-built small tire car. And Shelby Lynn at the left-hand side of the racetrack, this is a newer combination to her. A few months back, she tried to board slide her Challenger, and this is drag racing, not freestyle.
No, go right now.
Larry's so rear-handed, but it goes.
Mr. Larson trying to make the full trip in the right-hand side, and Miss Lynn, the left-hand side, making a nice little shakedown. A little squirrely and clicking it off early. Mr. Larson putting on a show for everybody. Rick Weatherby in the left-hand side of the racetrack, and the second-gen Camaro facing off against Brad Edwards on the right side.
It's just like every one of the cars you see do that. Eventually they get themselves in big trouble.
Doing a quick check on the track. Looks like we got a little bit of debris. Make sure it's just rubber, as we suspected. Brad Edwards, right-hand side of the racetrack. He is a hired gun out here racing in Tiny Tire, the Harrell engine and dyno powered 4th-gen Camaro. Right-hand side of the racetrack, taking on Rick Weatherby in the left side. Pro Charge Hemi in the 2nd-gen. So hold on to your hats and plug your ears. And I'm going to stop talking because you're not going to hear me anyway. A little bit of a pedal fest in the left-hand side of the racetrack, but Mr. Weatherby giving us a show, and Mr. Edwards had the best seat in the house to it, doing a little bit of a test hit, clicks it off early on the right-hand side. And Sammy Paysauer, left-hand side of the racetrack, saying, "This is my track." Cowboying it right through the water box, ladies and gentlemen. Walk out of the way because Mr. Paysauer is coming through, and he's taking on J.E. Bernal on the right-hand side of the racetrack in the gorgeous Knight of the South Chevrolet Nova, HED power under the hood.
Yeah. Mine was hot hues, raspberry with pot of gold. When they painted it gold, I almost left it because they just painted red over. They almost painted like maroon over the gold and turned red. Especially like a candy apple red.
And Caden Paysauer barely getting in park before he can run up here to the starting line to see Mr. Sammy run in the left-hand side of the racetrack, Big Mouth. Taking on J.E. Bernal, right-hand side. And very respectable runs for both camps. I would tell you about they ran, but I can't, because that's what kind of race this is. And we're switching over to a Lil Gangsters mode. These competitors are, well, this is testing, so they can get whatever they need here for data. Left-hand side of the racetrack, we got Victor Camp getting a little slideways in the Chevy Love, and Terrence Whalen in the left side, and the Caprice is going to make it down through there. Victor Camp, the right side, is, well, he's going to point at the wall and gather it up and idle his way the rest of the way. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Drivers, 420, 69, and 187 for your car number is no longer cool. If you could change them up, we'd appreciate it. Left-hand side, we got Jimmy Dale back up here once again in Bumblebee. And Jimmy Dale, left-hand side, up here, taking a test rip in a Bumblebee. Making it quite a bit further, but not all the way down the track this go around. Left-hand side of the racetrack is Ed Pierce. He's taking on Zach Lovingood in the Rotten Banana. Mr. Lovingood stepping up to the Little Gangsters format. He's been a contender, a winner here at Shadyside in the Street Racer 630 Index. He said, you know what? I want to play with the bigger of the boys. Not the biggest class. I'm not quite ready for the King of the South stuff, but jump in the 530 ring and see what we can do. Floyd Arnell on the left-hand side of the racetrack in a borrowed machine, taking on Jason Anderson on the right-hand side of the Mopar. A couple Little Gangsters categories. Again, a whole bunch of Little Gangsters entries coming up here. Looking in the back, I see the Tommy Hoskinson in the back there. A whole bunch of others lining up coming down the hill. The Hustle Horsepower sitting back there. And Jason Anderson in the right-hand side going to turn on the W. Not a lot to talk about here in the Little Gangster stuff because, well, this is a no-time format. This is obviously testing. They're going to get their own time slips. They're going to figure out what they need to do here at the track. It's not the tree is not set up for testing in Little Gangsters format, so the wind lights are just coming on like a test in two night. Just the W is whoever it's going to be. IOSA taking on. Nobody's racing against anybody here. Everybody's running their own race. So, just for full transparency, anybody on the live feed or anybody wondering why I'm calling the race the way I am, I'm just calling who's getting there first. There's no winners or losers, except for the grudge races that we got coming up tonight. But right now, we're going to continue with our Little Gangsters testing. Philip Jose, the right-hand side in the Disco Nova, taking on Kirk Thompson in the Drop Top SN95. The, I believe, nitrous-powered convertible. Left side is nice and tidy off the line. And first, all the way down the track. Left side of the racetrack in the second-gen Camaro with the hood scoop on top of the cowl, almost taller than the roofline of this second-generation Camaro, belongs to Sal Belomo. And the right-hand side, he's taking on Tommy Hoskinson in the Falcon. Tommy has parked this Falcon in the winner's circle multiple times in this Little Gangsters format. He is no stranger. He knows what he needs to do here. He's also no stranger to Shady Side. And Mr. Belomo on the left-hand side getting a little bit sideways, locking up the front end, thankfully keeping it off the wall, gathering it up. We appreciate that. And it sounds like he's got it fired back up and he's going to motor his way down. We appreciate all racers. If you do have, listen, we've all been there, maybe not everybody, but a lot of us. And even the ones that think it'll never happen to us. If you have any sort of incident on the track this weekend, we would greatly appreciate it. If you pull off to the side, there's no shame in pulling over to the side and just checking stuff out. And it's a great time to talk to the fans in the stands. Really get to know the people here at Shady Side. Left-hand side of the racetrack, a New Edge Mustang, affectionately known as Diddy. I don't quite have the information on the driver yet, so as soon as I do, I will let you know who that is. But Diddy is going to be facing off against Craig Wilson in the right-hand side in the first generation Camaro called Bad News. And side by side for Bad News and Diddy all the way to the big end. Jim Tench, the left-hand side of the wagon, is taking on the SN95 Mustang of Harley Town and the Deal Brothers camp out of Michigan. Michael Lane in the right-hand side of the blue on this Chevy 2 Nova is absolutely gorgeous. Taking on Shane Speed in the left-hand side of the racetrack in the gargantuan Chevrolet Impala. If you catch this guy on any other day down in Georgia, Shane Speed, you can race him on 24s, big rims. This is a legit donk. The car is fast on rims. He said, you know what? I'm going to put 15s on it. I'm going to put some small tires on it. And I'm going to turn it down and come run little G's. Right-hand side of the racetrack, Team Denver, Willie Dynamite, Jarrett Bradshaw, Gorilla Tuned, whatever name you want to put on it, just put some respect on it. The winner of the all-wheel drive versus real-wheel drive, the first man to ever topple the all-wheel drive cars down at in Bradenton, Florida. This man is a threat anywhere he goes. If he's in the camp, you are on notice. And he got the invite to come out here to run some little G's. This is his first time trying to run 530 index racing here. So I stand corrected, he has done it before. So left-hand side of the racetrack, not sure the name, I don't have it on the tower quite yet, but a gorgeous four-door Malibu. And the Malibu gets a front row seat to Mr. Bradshaw. Right-hand side of the racetrack in the FC RX-7, that is Brandon Quinn. He's taking on Jeff Allen in the first-generation Camaro left side. Shout out to JT Hudson. We got the AC in the tower. Sorry, before I was rudely interrupted by the race cars, shout out to JT Hudson. We got the AC in the tower up here kicking, blowing ice cubes. Left-hand side of the racetrack is going to get there first, but that's all I can tell you. Right-hand side of the racetrack, that's Joseph Bagwell, and he is going to face off against Jason Horde in the Fox body. Right-hand side of the racetrack in the gorgeous, I'm not sure, is that green or brown on that Monte Carlo? I don't know, but it's gorgeous. I don't have a driver name yet, but big fan of the car. In Monte Carlo, nitrous powered, is going to be taking on Robbie Poole, left-hand side of the racetrack. Robbie, one of the invites from winning and earning his way into the race here at Shadyside. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Got a racer in need, got a parts call. Got a parts call for Zach Jones. Zach Jones.
Zach Jones needs a Little Gangsters car.
Zach Jones needs a Little Gangsters car. Once again, Zach Jones looking for a whole Little Gangsters car. If you have one, come see us in the tower. Low miles, clean title preferred. Right-hand side of the racetrack, hustling horsepower. Tristan Brown, the hired gun, stepping in for Nick Pluniak in driver's duties in Straight Gangster. This thing looks like an absolute science experiment, and it is, and it works really well. And Tristan Brown, nice and tidy A to B pass, getting some data here. Attention in the pits, 630 Street Racer, 630 Street Racer, and Bracket Misfits take you to the lanes for testing, lanes 1 and 2. 630 Street Racer and Bracket Misfits, lanes 1 and 2 for testing. Dickie McFarland, left-hand side on the Chevy 2, and he's going to take on the Chevy 2 belonging to LJ Grissom on the right-hand side. It's kind of like a time lapse with Grissom's car on the left-hand side before it goes into paint and body, and then Dickie's car on the right side, or right side in my perspective. You know what I mean, the red one. One of these looks like it's about to go get painted. And the other one is painted. The unpainted car on the right-hand side is going to get there first. Right-hand side of the racetrack, Nick Tucci in the nitrous Fox body, and he's going to face off against the King of the South entry in the left-hand side of the racetrack. Fanning the door furiously is Devin Vanderhoof on the car they call Gumby, belonging to Josh Davis. And I don't know if anybody can hear me, but I mean, after that performance, thank you, Josh Davis, for blowing out our eardrums. We greatly appreciate the show. And Mr. Nick Tucci, the right-hand side, got a great front row seat to that. Left-hand side of the racetrack, that is Joey Ravioli. That name, if the name Joey Ravioli is not familiar to you, then perhaps Boost 12 is. And if you just do a quick Google search on that name, you're going to find out that this man has been racing since before COTS was King of the South, it was King of the Streets. And this man was racing that out of Chicago, Boost 12, OG and small tire, no time, grudge racing. And he's taking on Mr. Pearson, the right-hand side of the racetrack. That is David Pearson. Small block Chevrolet under the hood, nitrous powered. David Pearson, this is his home track. Pearson Camp on the right-hand side of the racetrack. They make this a family affair here at Shadyside. Multiple wins and multiple races here, but they said they would trade almost all of them for one King of the South win. Boost 12 making a little bit of a pedal fest there, and right hand side of the racetrack, a little bit of a little barbecue grill going on, trying to get the flames to go out of the carburetor on the right side. And a repeat performance for Mr. Pearson, not what he is looking for. Cameron McCune, right-hand side of the racetrack in the car that's affectionately known as Lil Scrappy. One of our Knights of the South 8.5-inch tire competitor. Taking on Chris Blatt's left side in the Fox body. And Cameron McCune scratching the tires on the right-hand side. Gathering up and still pedaling down through, keeping it nice and tidy. We appreciate you keeping it right where it needs to be. David Pearson, right-hand side of the racetrack, back up here to try this once again. Hopefully the fire stays inside of the motor and it doesn't become an external combustion motor. Left-hand side, I'm sorry, engine, for all the nerds out there that want to tell me that motors are electric. If an engine and a motor are not the same thing, why do we call it motorsports? Corey Reed, left-hand side in the New Edge Mustang in the car known as Freddy. Pro Charge combination owned by Manny Kachenga. And I gotta wait for the tower to calm down just a little bit before I turn the microphone on there. That was a good pass, and that's what we're gonna say. Coming up next. Sigler to the left-hand side of the racetrack, and the Dodge Dart is going to take on the right side of Dane 55 in the Lil Gangstas Tri-5 Chevy. And Mr. Sigler left side making a whole lot of noise, and Dane 55 is going to get the W. Not that it means anything in testing, but it looks cool when you take pictures of it. Right side of the racetrack is Ryan Tolley. I think he currently has the most locked-in grudge races before the racing action even happens. And he showed up here as one of our Nice of the South competitors. He's on the 8.5-inch tire. Street Racer 630, once again, Street Racer 630, need you to lanes for testing, as well as Bracket Misfits. Bracket Misfits, once again, second call for testing. Street Racer and Bracket Misfits, this is your second call for testing. We got one of our Bracket Misfits in the left-hand side in the Tri-5 57 Chevrolet. Big wheelie out of the 1957 Chevrolet. He's going to get a front row seat and watch Mr. Tolley on the tiniest of tires go, well, relatively quick. Jeff Shaver shaking the hills around Shady Side and the right-hand side of the racetrack. He's going to face off against Todd Sinclair, the left side, one of our Bracket Misfits. left-hand side of the racetrack, one of our bracket misfits in the Mopar, taking on Josh Turner, right side, in the Rusty Dutch. Josh Turner, one of our Little Gangsters competitors out here, winning his way into and earning a spot here at Shadyside. Slowly, Shadyside is becoming a home track for Mr. Turner. Right side of the racetrack, Nick Taylor and Uncle Sam. This car has, I mean, look at it, ladies and gentlemen. It has a whole lot of battle scars. This is a certified, put a stamp on it, street car. Recently, just won last weekend at the Peak Street Car Shootout. Nick took on Brian Goldstone, toppling him and getting this thing and parking it in the winner's circle at an NHRA event and taking home a legit Wally. His wife, Alex Taylor, right-hand side, fanning the door. I mean, Nick is already as cool as a cucumber, but, I mean, now he's that much cooler. If you take a peek at the racetrack, about 100 feet out, you could read the tire marks to Mr. Taylor like Braille. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. King of the South Racers, King of the South Racers, bring them down. If you want a test hit, bring them to lanes. King of the South, bring them to the lanes. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. King of the South, A and B. A and B. If you want to test it, bring them to lanes. King of the South, A and B. Bring them down. Edwards, left side, up here once again, taking another crack. Didn't like the right side performance. Hey, Zach, did you win? Did you get a high score? I love it. So the new high score on the track surface means we're about to get back to testing. Left side of the racetrack, Todd Spears in the S550 Mustang, lining up against Andy Willoughby in the right side. If you were looking for an apples to oranges comparison on suspension strategies, ladies and gentlemen, that was it. Left-hand side of the racetrack, Todd Spears, that S550, that thing was damn near dragging the quarter panels on the ground. Right-hand side, Mr. Willoughby was scooting and booting with the back end of that car all the way up in the air. And you can see a lot of that this weekend, the different strategies on how to make this slick work on this racing surface. And hold on to your hats if you are standing anywhere in the vicinity of the water box and the starting line. Chase Womack, right-hand side of the racetrack in the 4th Gen F-Body, taking on the Ignite Ethanol Chevy 2 Nova. Larry Hoke in the left-hand side of the racetrack. Larry Hoke, no stranger to King of the South here. I should have warned everybody to make sure you open your mouth so it doesn't blow out your eardrums with 2 blower cars going on the track there, but that's what we're here to see, ladies and gentlemen. Right-hand side of the racetrack, one of our Little Gangsters categories. This is Daniel Toothman, a card-carrying member of the Big Wang Gang. Toothman has earned his spot here in Little Gangsters by competing here at Shadyside. Left-hand side of the racetrack making a racket with the PTC. Performance torque converters on the side of the car. Dustin Newborn in the first generation Camaro. Daniel Toothman patiently waiting. Toothman building the boost, bringing it in. Newborn, here we go. And Toothman is going to get out front and stay out front. A statement I never thought I would say, but that's the way the cookie has crumbled. Little Gangsters, lanes 3 and 4. Little Gangsters for testing, lanes 3 and 4, bring them down. Little Gangsters, lanes 3 and 4, bring them down, please. Zach Jones, the King of the South entry, left-hand side, 1969 Chevrolet Camaro. Taking on David Pearson, back up here once again in his Little Gangsters entry. Side, standing it up and bouncing it up and down the track for Zach Jones. Keeping it gathered up and right side for Mr. Pearson, knocking the tires off, right off the hit. Left-hand side of the racetrack, that first generation Camaro, affectionately known as Clyde, belonging to Michael Nail. Right side in the Fox body, that's Tyler DeMel, and he's gonna sit next to Michael Nail in Clyde. Both cars getting lined up. Clyde patiently waiting for Donnell. Michael Nail creeping in with Clyde. And both cars about half track, kicking the tires off, one just before the other. Michael Nell being first. Right-hand side of the racetrack in the Mustang is James Daniels, and he's going to take on Adrian Herrera on the left side. Mr. Daniels getting up on the tire right before half track, pitching sideways, gathered it up, and still pushing it through, getting the stride first. Once again, Lil Gangsters lanes 3 and 4, bring them down for testing. Lil Gangsters lane 3 and 4. Back up here once again, Kyle Canyon on the right-hand side of the racetrack here for a solo rip. Did not like what he saw earlier, up here to try again at the racetrack. And I would venture to guess the conditions are probably nowhere even near what they were the first time. Shelby Lynn, right-hand side of the racetrack. Pro Charge combination Chevy 2 taking on Jared Bradshaw, left side, and Willie Dynamite, Team Denver. Shelby Lynn, right-hand side of the racetrack, no stranger to King of the South competition. Again, trying to put her twist on it, change it to Queen. Willie Dynamite, Jared Bradshaw, left side, Fox Body. Left-hand side of the racetrack in the Malibu, that's Floyd Arnell in the Borrowed Ride. Taking on the SN95 Mustang of Ed Pierce. Pierce, another one of our competitors that earned his spot here at Shady Side by competing with us. Left-hand side of the racetrack is Dickie McFarland, the red Chevrolet 2 Nova. Right-hand side, I cannot see the name on the door. It starts with a B, second-generation Camaro. That is Sal Belomo back up here once again, getting a little bit sideways for Sal. He did it in the left lane earlier, and right lane is a repeat performance, not what he was looking for. Had a feeling we'll see him back around. Hey, left side of the racetrack, bad news. Is taking on the SN95 on the right-hand side of the Deal Brothers camp. Right turn signal on. Not going to work. Oh! A little bit of a move from the SN95 there on the big end. Not sure what that was about. The SN95 in the right-hand side there made a move over in front of bad news on the big end. We're going to make sure there's nothing in the right-hand side in the big end in the shutdown. Here we go. Get back to racing action. Top end is clear, and we're going back to testing. Left side of the racetrack goes Jason Anderson in the Mopar. Taking on the first generation Camaro on the right side. A couple Lil Gangsters cars. Right-hand side of the racetrack in the GMC S15 in the, I'm going to call it, let's call it Winter Fresh Green. I'll come up with another color next time it comes up, probably like something like mint chocolate chip maybe. Taking on J.E. Bernal on the left-hand side. I want to talk more about the S15. If you get a chance to see this truck in the pits, I was doing a little bit of stalking on Facebook last night, and the under hood pictures, the fab work on this looks incredible. So if you want to see this thing, it looks like Honda nerd level JDM Stance Boy wire tuck fat. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go look at it and it'll make sense. Fantastic. Left side, J.E. Bernal, Chevrolet Nova. No stranger to no prep, no time shoots out, and he is here on the smallest of tires. Zach Hauser, right-hand side of the racetrack in the F-body, taking on Colton Sauls in the Mustang on the left-hand side. Zach Hauser pouring the power in progressively down the track and sending a message. And that message is a very loud message. First full rip for him on 28s is what I'm hearing, and he'd be very happy to see that. And there's a lot of people who are going to be very, very happy to notice. If you look down at the water box, and I'm not talking about the car that's pulling in here and making a whole bunch of noise, we're talking about the green flag. Ladies and gentlemen, Pickle Man is here. Pickle Man is here, so if you want some pickles, look for the flag. Left side making a solo pass is Ryan Hendrickson. And it doesn't take a genius to understand that that was not a pass that they were probably happy with, and they'll be back around to make another rip. Lots of popping and banging on that one. The right-hand side of the racetrack, this is a red 1967 Chevrolet Camaro turbocharged entry belonging to Ray Parsons here for Knights of the South. The 8.5-inch tire proves to be a tricky tire to tackle for some competitors. Nick Taylor, right-hand side of the racetrack, a.k.a. Nicky Bobby, and Uncle Sam up here for another shot. Nick had to change this entire car around to put small tires on it, take the bars off. He put his brand new to him Wally on the shelf, loaded the car in the box, and came out here to North Carolina. Bit of a pedal fest for Nicky Bobby. First pass, it was chattering. That one, it looked like he was trying to climb the ring gear a little bit, make a move to the right side. Nick wisely pedaled it. Gonna go back around, study the data, come back and make another crack at it. Right-hand side of the racetrack. Right-hand side of the racetrack, that's Scott Taylor taking on Larry Larson. Two absolute legends in drag racing right here, ladies and gentlemen. Scott Taylor earned a name for himself on the Street Outlaws television show, later No Prep Kings, and now continue to terrorize the NHRA in the new Street Outlaw Street category. Went to the finals last weekend, put the car on small tires and brought it out here to Shady Side. Left side of the racetrack, the 2025 King of the South, Larry Larson. Up here to see if he can take it back home again. Side by side off the line, and if you look at the track, right side, it looks like it's fighting for traction a little bit more for Mr. Taylor. Danny Ramirez the right side, turning on the W, and Michael Laney left side, not. Coming up next, straight gangster, right-hand side of the racetrack. Up here for another hit. Tristan Brown, the hired gun, sitting in the driver's seat. Joseph Bagwell in the Chevrolet 2 Nova. Parker Speed on the door. A couple Little Gangsters categories. And getting reports of raindrops at the top end. We got some precipitation on the top end. We're going to hold up the cars. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we got a report of some precipitation on the top end of the racetrack, so we're going to hold off for just a second here.
He's coming back around. We just seen him go through that. He's going back over here. Oh, yeah. It's really raining. No, so we just seen him go down. He's got control. Okay.
This is huge. He bought me my pickle and didn't even bring it.
Attention to the pits racers. If this is your first time here or if you're a seasoned veteran, I want to just let everybody know, please do not attempt, even if you abort your pass, please do not attempt to make the first turnout. Just take it all the way to the end. We don't want to have any instances where somebody inadvertently turns in front of another car. We've seen that happen here, unfortunately. We don't want to relive these situations. So please be reminded, don't cross in front of another car, and please take it all the way to the last turnout. We appreciate it. We are doing a little bit of checking on the top end. Seems that we are clear. A little bit of skepticism, but we're double checking to make sure we don't have to drag it or not. But we should get back to racing here in just a moment. The radar looks good. Got a little bit of a patch just running across the top end of the track there. It should be gone in just a minute. We're going to finish this out tonight.
Sounds like Natalie just took that golf cart and went on a boomerang ride. Yeah, she took off. Where'd she go?
For those of you watching in the live feed at home, we appreciate you guys tuning in to Spoold Media. You'll be able to watch us for the remainder of tonight and tomorrow. You might be looking at the double flashing red lights. Right now we're in a little bit of a hold for some weather. Directly behind those flashing red lights, though, if you look at your screen, you'll see a gentleman by the name of Sammy Paysauer. There he is. He's waving at everybody. Everybody say hello, Sammy. Sammy's up here taking a little bit of a nap. He's trying to absorb some of the King of the South energy through osmosis. And Sammy is up. He says, I'm ready for action. This is my house and my money. I'm going to try to take it home.
All right, everybody, while it rise out, we're going to just do a little bit of a touch-up. We're going to drag the track and then get back underway. We're still on the same schedule as tonight. Guys, at 8:45, we will do a hard closing of the lanes. No more cars will be coming in at 8:45. We'll run out what we got, and we will be done by 9 tonight. Right now, as of everything, we are on the same schedule for tomorrow. Test gates will open at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Tech will be at 1 p.m. in lane 6, and we will test from 3 to 9. If there is anything that changes, we will get all that taken care of. We'll let you know ahead of time. And also, we do have our practice tree shootout tomorrow night. Poland will be taking the money for that. You will directly take your $100 bill to Michael Poland if you want that. There's only 64 spots. So, like I said, pretty much the same schedule again tomorrow, guys. If there's any changes, anything we need to make, we will keep everything updated tomorrow. We will get hard on using the WhatsApp updates. So we kind of slacked a little bit on that today. It's our fault, guys. We will get on the WhatsApp updates tomorrow. So if you have not downloaded that, we do have the link on the Shady Side Dragway Facebook page. But like I said, the gates open again tomorrow at 10 a.m. Tech opens at 1 in lanes 5 and 6. And we will start testing again from 3 till 9 o'clock tomorrow. So, again, I want to thank all of our sponsors for this event. Strange Engineering, our title sponsor here for the 9th Annual Strange Engineering Ronnie Buff Memorial. SC Raceworks coming on board for our Street Racer 630 class, plus BTR, Forced Inductions, and Strange Engineering also on our Lil Gangsters class this weekend. So I'm going to turn the mic back over to Rod, and we're going to finish dragging this track and get back to testing.
Just to keep you guys aware of what's going on, we don't leave anybody in the dark. The EMS crew at the top end of the track just called us again and said there's a little bit of sprinkling going on, so we are still on hold. We are not just sitting here for no reason. Mother Nature, this is the battle that we knew we would fight going into this weekend, and we are prepared for it. So appreciate everybody's patience. Now's a perfect time to go and check out all the concessions we got back there. Pickle Man's running around on the golf cart selling pickles. It's going to get real busy this weekend. Some of these guys, I've ventured to guess that some of these vendors are probably going to sell out, so this might be your only opportunity to try it, especially before the lines get crazy coming in this weekend. We appreciate everybody coming out here on Thursday night here to Shady Side and hanging out with us for testing for the Ronnie Buff Memorial. We'll be back out here once again tomorrow from 3 p.m. till 9 p.m. for testing, as we roll into this weekend's festivities on Saturday and Sunday. We appreciate you guys spending your Memorial Day weekend here with us at Shady Side. Long weekend. We know you could be anywhere in the world, and you came all the way here. Some of you guys coming from a very long distance. And we got racers from Texas, Michigan, all over the country, and we appreciate you guys coming here to Shady Side and hanging out with us. Drivers in the lanes, drivers in the lanes. The tractor is going to make about one more rip down the track and back, and then we're going to get back to action. So if you are near your cars, please get suited up and strapped in. We're going to get back to testing here momentarily. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll get back to racing in just a moment. And we are back to racing action. Right-hand side of the racetrack, New Edge Mustang, affectionately known as Diddy. Left-hand side of the racetrack, the newer model Mustang, purple in color. I don't have names on the Lil Gangsters categories for these drivers quite yet. As soon as I get them, I will be better at my job. Side by side from start to finish, like any good Lil Gangsters race for both Mustangs. Jim Tinch, left-hand side of the racetrack in the long-topped Chevrolet Nova. And he's taking on Terrence Whalen, right-hand side of the racetrack in the four-door Caprice, big box Chevy. A repeat offender here at Shady Side for both cars. I just mean that they've been here before. They didn't do anything bad. And the big box Chevy's going to get to the finish line first, and that's going to bring up the next pair, the Falcon right-hand side. That's Tommy Hoskinson. Tommy Hoskinson's of Gen 2 Garage on YouTube, right-hand side, is taking on Mr. Baker in the Chevy 2 Nova, left side. The patina on Kevin Baker's Nova is, I hope it's not fully faked, but it looks sick. I'm a big fan of it. Patina, faux Tina, I don't care. I'll take my Tina any way I can get her. Wait. Baker, left side of the Chevy 2, Hoskinson, right side of the Falcon. The Falcon kind of looks like a Wish.com version of the Nova. And that's not a slight on a Falcon at all, because both are fantastic looking cars. Falcon turns on the W in the right-hand side, but it's irrelevant because this is no time testing. More Lil Gangsters categories coming up. Left side, well, again, this thing, I'm going to dream about this car on the left-hand side of the racetrack, the big Monte Carlo. I would love to know the color of this car. I'd find the owner and talk to him. Right-hand side of the racetrack, the nitrous Fox body. Nick Tucci, right side with the Fox body, taking on the big G-body Monte Carlo. Left-hand side of the racetrack in the gorgeous third-gen Camaro, that's Jason Black. Black's been out here running the Lil Gangsters races at Shadyside every opportunity he can. Had the pleasure of calling this car, and I love looking at it. This is a real deal street car, all steel, all glass. Power windows, look at them going up. Oh, gorgeous. Supercharged small block Chevrolet. And on the right-hand side, is taking on a Lil Ugly. The Chevy Love with the funny car hatch on the top. I never thought I would want to see that on a small tire car. And the Love going, leaving the line a little bit early, unfortunately. He's going to get no data. Left-hand side of the racetrack in the Chevy 2 Supercharged. It's LJ Grissom taking on Shane Speed. Shane Speed out of Georgia on the right-hand side of the racetrack at the big Chevrolet Impala. It's hard to tell that this is a donk because it doesn't have the big wheels on it, but it is in fact a donk. Poole left side. And Robbie Poole in the Chevy 2 is going to get off the line nice and tight. He go A to B. The Fox Body right side, kicking the tire off the hit. Not what he's looking for. Coming up legs, left-hand side of the racetrack, Rotten Banana, Zach Lovingood. David Pearson in the right side in the pink and white Fox Body. Back up here again in Lil Gangsters trim. He's going to go side by side with Zach Lovingood. And neither car getting off the line the way they're looking for there, and they're going to limp on down through there, and we're going to put the double reds on for just a minute. Once again, we're getting reports of some sprinkles on the top end. I feel like we could turn this into a drinking game at this point, but while I have a little bit of downtime here, and you guys can hear my voice, Chase Womack, Brandon Sanlian, you have parts waiting at the house. Chase Womack, Brandon Sanlian, you have parts waiting at the house. If you look towards the top end of the racetrack, you will see a brownish, reddish house up there. They're located up there on the front porch, waiting for you. So Chase Womack, Brandon Sanlian, if you had some parts delivered to the track, they are here and waiting for you. And we are on a weather hold once again. Perfect opportunity for you guys to head up there to the top of the hill and get yourself a snack and concessions. It is about dinner time. Well, it's past dinner time, looking at my clock. Jared Bradshaw, Team Denver, and Willie Dynamite left side up here again. Right side of the racetrack, Nigel Alexander. Left side of the racetrack, that's Jimmy Mayo, an alcoholic in the Mustang. Nigel Alexander, right side. Big block twin turbo combination under the hood of this car now. New combination for Nigel and the crew. Hard move to the right for Alexander. He wisely aborts. A little bit of a pucker moment there, but thankfully. And Brandon Sanleon coming up in the Junkyard Studebaker. He can't hear me right now, but Brandon, you have parts waiting. This is very rude for you to be racing when you have packages waiting at the front door of the house, but we appreciate it. The Junkyard Stude. And Brandon Sanleon. Gotta use the second camera for the burnout all the way past the 330 and setting a new track speed record for backing up. Junkyard Stude coming in hot. If you're on the left lane, clear it. And right-hand side of the racetrack, Sammy Paysauer and Big Mal. Pro Charge Big Block, right-hand side of the racetrack in the Fox body. Smacking the big screw-blown Hemi, the Junkyard Stude. Hold on to your hats and plug your ears, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to stop talking. Can you hear me now? Brandon Sanleon waking up at the entire surrounding 4 counties. Makes a turn off on the top end of the racetrack. He can swing by the house and pick up his parts. And if he's a bro, he can grab him for Chase Womack too. And ladies and gentlemen, you're not going to believe this. I got a report of raindrops once again. So we're going to hold up and cross our fingers really, really tight and hope this just blows right over. We'll get back to racing as soon as we can. And the reports we're getting is that the sprinkles are slowing down. The tractor is going to start dragging, and we're going to try to drive this up once again. Back to testing. Attention to pits. Attention in the pits. Racers, if you look at your watches, you can see that it's about 8 p.m. right now, and the weather is fighting us this entire time. So if you're still thinking about making a test hit, I would make your way rather quickly to the lanes. Got quite a few cars in there, but there's still plenty of room for the for testing to continue. So if you're any of the bracket misfits or street racer 630 index categories, and you've not gotten a shot at the racetrack, I would suggest bringing your race car to the lanes. And I'm getting word that this tractor is going to make one more lap, and we're going to get back to testing. So drivers in the lanes, please get back into your race cars and suit up. Right-hand side of the racetrack in the water box, that's Rick Weatherby in the second-gen Camaro. And he's going to take on Boost 12. Coming all the way down from Chi-Town to the Boost 12 camp. Back up here for his second attempt at the racetrack. I like to be thorough, and I did a little bit of research on the car here. The first thing that comes up is on AI will tell you Boost 12 has been racing since 2010. I think it goes back even further than that. That's probably just when the internet started documenting it. So this car has made many a lap. And we're stoked to see it out here. Right side, Rick Weatherby, pro-charged Camaro.
I don't know if that was Boost or not.
It sounded like they said Boost Belt.
And some Lil Gangsters on Night of the South Crime here. Left side, 8.5-inch tire for Cameron McCune. Oh yeah, and Chris Blatz, right-hand side, back up here again in the Fox body. The red variety, the lighter red variety in the right-hand side. Cameron McCune, left side. Chris Blatz on the right. And Ryan Tolley, left-hand side of the racetrack, taking on Brad Edwards, the hired gun in the HED-powered machine in the right-hand side. Brad Edwards, right-hand side of the racetrack, gas station gambler. Brad Edwards is no stranger to small tire racing. Again, hired gun in this car. Brad Edwards, for those of you who don't know, this is the man that was the first in the threes on a radial. He's also a lights-out winner in the past. Out here to slap on a set of 8.5-inch tires and take the wheel. Take his shot at the Knights of the South. Left-hand side of the racetrack, Ryan Tolley, the man who has more grudge races locked in than anybody else for pre-event testing. Side by side off the line, and Tolly going to get there first. Edwards, right-hand side, you can hear the car popping a little bit, moving around. Something is fighting for traction up on the traction control. And the Mustang on the left side being pushed out of the water box means that there is too much water in the water box. That's a really dumb way for me to tell you that it is sprinkling once again. So we're on hold. Racers, if you're pushing your cars down the track, take it easy. We are watching you guys, and these cars are sliding. All right, racers, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Here's how this is going to go. We are done for the evening. Getting this track dry and getting back to racing action in a condition that we feel is safe to send the cars down is just not going to happen in a timely manner. So the couple hours that we have lost today, we're going to try to pick up 3 tomorrow. We're going to try to start at noon tomorrow. We were scheduled to start at 3 p.m. We're up here talking to EMS. They said they can come and support. So tomorrow, we're going to try to get hot at noon. And we're going to try to kick this off with our 6:30 street racer, as well as our bracket misfits. We understand some of you probably did not get a shot at this racetrack. You paid for testing. We're going to give you every opportunity that we possibly can. We appreciate everybody's patience with working with us here. So once again, racers, we're done for the evening. We appreciate everybody's patience from all of us here at Shady Side and dealing with the weather. We knew this was going to be a weekend where we're going to have to pivot and move, and we are prepared to do so. So tomorrow, once again, we're going to try to get hot at noon. So racers, we'll see you guys back here once again at Shady Side Dragway for the Ronnie Buff Memorial, presented by Strange Engineering. And from all of us here and all of us at Spoold Media, thank you for tuning in.